than 20 million digital books available in Kailasa's Hindu library or Kailasa's Nithyananda Paramashivam. So now it has come time for us to begin the next segment. We have joining with us Ma Yoga Prana and Ma Kaladara, Ma Viraja from the Adi Kailas Sarvagnya Pita, so that we can enter into the next segment, the demonstration of the powers of Paramashiva. Literally, you can see the possibility which lies ahead of you and in store for you during this program today. So yes, now we have joining with us the Guru Nitya and the Gurukul Balasan to go ahead and start the next session in today's program, the demonstration of the powers of Paramashiva. I think my Yoga Prana looks like you're on mute. I think my Yoga Prana looks like you're on mute.
Yes, Nithyanandam, thank you so much.
I think my Yoga Prana looks like you're on mute.
For that beautiful introduction to this segment. So now all of you will be witnessing. Thank you so much.
I think my Yoga Prana looks like you're on mute.
Initiated disciples of the Supreme Beautiful introduction to this segment. So now all of you will be witnessing. Thank you so much.
I think my Yoga Prana looks like you're on mute.
Initiated disciples of the Supreme Beautiful introduction to this segment. So now all of you will be witnessing. Thank you so much.
I think my Yoga Prana looks like you're on mute.
Initiated disciples of the Supreme Beautiful introduction to this segment. So now all of you will be witnessing. Thank you so much.
I think my Yoga Prana looks like you're on mute.
Initiated disciples of the Supreme Beautiful. Stop. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Today, you will be witnessing the Balasans, the Nityananda Yogis, and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, demonstrating the extraordinary Shaktis, the extraordinary powers of Paramashiva. And the following powers which you will be witnessing is the power of third eye and body scanning. The power of third eye is where one awakens the ability to scan with the eyes closed and read anything with the eyes blindfolded. And the power of body scanning is where one awakens the ability to be able to scan diseases, illnesses, medically diagnosed issues, and any problems in the body. So let us first learn about what are Shaktis before we enter in. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate details that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Paramashiva beautifully reveals that it is a power and a possibility for everyone to manifest and access these various Shaktis. And these Shaktis manifest from a cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine, not that you are a man and that you need to reach the divine. And let us now see the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis are the powers which express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis express from even through ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways, just with initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? How do we manifest all these Shaktis? Who gives us all these Shaktis? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-fulfillment, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Robhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating race for all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Guru Nidhanam and representation of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, which is the great cosmic borderless civilization. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle for highly advanced science beings and sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these sciences to the world at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an incarnation, as an avatar at a very young age, and was trained and taught to revive these sciences by the Guru Parampara. So you can see all the enlightened gurus, the gurus who have initiated Swamiji, like Jnanananda Giri, Srinivasa Swamigal, Yogi Raj, Yogananda Puri, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Pundi Swamigal, Pisatki Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, Kanchi Paramacharya, Visari Swamigal, Sri Tirsi Mahaswami, Anga Pradakshina Annamalai Swamigal, the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonnai Mandala Adinam, Sri Sadhu Om and Tinnai Swami. All these gurus who are part of the Guru Parampara, the lineage of these enlightened gurus, and they were the ones who trained and taught Swamiji just to revive these sciences for billions all across the globe to manifest this science from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken all these Shaktis in us? You might be thinking, okay, all these avatars, enlightened gurus, they all have each other to pass it on to. But how do we, a normal human being, manifest these Shaktis? Every ultimate truth, when every ultimate truth, jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a power and a possibility of every being, prajnana. So let us now watch a small video where you will be learning about the power of initiation and how we get initiated into these Shaktis by the enlightened gurus, Swamiji. And you will now be seeing how the power of initiation has an effect on every being.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva Samapi Dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774.
Yes. With that beautiful video which explained the power of initiation, the science of Diksha, let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas.
So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures, which is the Vedas and the Agamas. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of the Vedic rishis who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. And the third is the Atma Pramana, the supreme point of Hinduism's personal experience of the power manifestation. The last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study, the scientific experimentation done on science of power manifestation. So all of you be wondering what are exactly these Shastra Pramana, what is Vedas and Agamas,
and where we get them from.
Yes.
So we get them from the Vedagamas, which is a living applied science. The Vedas are the pure ultimate authority for Hindus. They are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths, and a reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called a Shastra Pramana.
Yes. So let's now witness a live, unique, and an exciting and extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye done by the partisans of the Nithyananda Gurukul and the Nithyananda Yogis. So today, the first power which we demonstrate to all of you is the power of third eye. So before getting a demonstration, we would like to share the scripture reference, the Shastra Pramana of the power of third eye reading, which comes from the Vijnana Tantra, Sutra 34.
Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtannilitalochanaha kramena manasodardyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam.
Translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession by the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Laksham by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashivoham. And next is the Apta Pravana, which is taken from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, which is the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, verse 8, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna beautifully says to Arjuna that न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव सचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. The translation goes, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. So in the Hindu Purana, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiated Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Sri Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, which is Sri Krishna's own cosmic form. In the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, where contains the description of Bhagavan Sri Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Sri Krishna through the third eye.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea, something is inside.
Yes, and last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation.
Shows that the study measures and compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the positron emission tomography, the PET machine. So when doing daily activities, when activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain is at rest and peace.
Yes. Now, without further delay, let us get ready to witness the unique demonstration of the power of third eye being manifested by none other than the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have an extraordinary power manifester, a Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Maniti Virajananda, who is 16 years old and who is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. I request the slides to stop being shared. So all of you can see, along with me, I have a medically tested eye band. In front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. Under it is completely covered with sponge and there is no possible way of light entering through the eye band in any way. So you can see that there's no possible way of light entering this eye band. This is the eye band I'm going to be placing on Mavirija's eyes. Before that, Mavirija, please turn to your right, left, up and down. So you can see there's no wires or anything on it. And I'm going to be placing this eye band. I'm unstrapping the eye band in front of all of you. And placing it on her head. Are you comfortable? Yes. Okay. So Mavirija is also completely comfortable. Mavirija, turn to your right, left, up, and down. So you can see there's no possible way of light entering. Her eyes are completely closed, and now we are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So all of you, please go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the HDH JGM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. And we will be reading comments, and all your live comments, Mavirija will be reading out with her eyes tied.
Yes. So the latest comment of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel is by expressions of me. Maha Jalandharistita has posted. Nithyananda Mavirija, it's lovely to see both of you again, and Colin and a close bracket. Yes, Ma, it's nice to see you back in the comment section also. And before that, Maitrik Patel has posted Nithyananda. And before that, Eva Anderson has posted Nithyananda. Yes.
Amazing. I request all of you to please continue posting your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And I request the comment section to be zoomed in a little more.
Yes, so the latest comment of Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel is by Kailas Chauhan Kailash. Has posted Nithyananda 40 minutes back. And before the Balu M has posted Salem Balu and Namaskar emoji.
Okay, amazing. All of you can go ahead and post interesting comments like emojis, shapes, numbers, a complicated mix of numbers and letters, alphabets, anything you want. And Mavirija will be reading it out live in front of all of you.
Yes, before that, before Baldoy has posted, Jambulingam Shanmugam has posted, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, so, yes, so, Maha Jalandhar Nithyananda has again posted, tomorrow I will put in the screen for body scanning for my friend. Sure, Ma? You will like, sure? Anytime you are welcome. And before and after this, Shrita Adbhutananda Kupu has posted, all of you look so divine. Thank you. And like Ma Jalandhar Sita has posted.
Yes, and Advitaya, it is all just because of Swamiji's grace, and because Paramashiva is manifesting through us, it is his grace and divinity which is flowing through us. Yes.
Yes. And so Maha Jalandhar Sita has posted, oops, wrong words these days. Typing so fast, putting a request for a body scan. No problem. And Raman Vashishta has posted, requesting body scan for my Mosi Sushma in next part. I have a concern. Thank you. And again, Adbhuta Nanda Kupu has posted Nithyanandama. Yes, Nithyanandamaya. And Maitrik Patel has posted my pranams to the Bharasats and heart emoji. Yes. And Shri Adbhutananda has posted a couple of animals emoji. He has posted a lion, a horse, a fox, a zebra, a bull, and a pig.
Wow. Okay, amazing. That was a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. All of you saw how Mahaviraja was able to read all these comments fluently without any mistake, was able to read everything, even see the emojis which were posted, the animals, the letters, read the names, see the color, everything she was able to do. Amazing. That is a beautiful demonstration. Now I'm going to be removing the eye band of Mahaviraja. So you can see the eye band is completely intact. There's no change in the eye band. And that was an extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye. I request the slides to stop being shared. Yes, that was a very beautiful and extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye. And stay tuned for the upcoming power, which is the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and even reveal the solutions for problems through the third eye. So please stay tuned. We'll be back with the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti. But before that, let us now move on into the pramanas for the power of body scanning. So the pramana for the power of body scanning comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Tatvani yani nilayam Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognate deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality.
In the very one life of Siddha named Teraya. Teraya was one of the most prominent disciples of sage Augustine. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Augustine for healing. Augustine uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terra, a type of rock, sitting in the person's brain. Augustine immediately instructs Teraya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person got healed, and of course, he got cured from the headache, and thus the disciple gained the name Teraya. And the next is the Artha Purana, where Swamiji uses this power of body scanning in his own very own life, beautifully saying that
only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. And through body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. So all these avatars, these great beings, they live beyond the usual sufferings of human life, even from the time of birth. All these avatars just play divine leelas. It is never an accident or an incident in their life. They play all these divine leelas just for the devotees.
And the next is the Sakshi Pramana, where various disciples across the globe have been initiated and experienced this power of body scanning, where they use it in their everyday life. Let us now witness a live, astounding, extraordinary manifestation of the power of body scanning done by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul and the Nithyananda Yogis after a short break. We'll be right back.
So we'll be joining all of you in a few minutes for all of you to witness this power of body scanning being manifested by the Balasans and Nithyananda.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha.
Nithyananda, everyone, welcome back. So now, with that, we all just witnessed a live demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis. So let's now get into the next segment where we will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana mantra, Dhyana shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama, Dhyana shloka. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhi mapina vakshoruham panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam bhibratim saumyam ratna gadasta rakta charanam dhyayet paramambika. And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion body, with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding the jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana shloka, which also comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana shloka. Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dritapashankusha pushpavana chapam animadibhiravritam ayukaihi rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima radiates, and she is the self within. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source with the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as
the Nijavatar of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanand, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, Devi Parashakti beautifully says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Srimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini who is in Kailasa, Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti also beautifully says in her words, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, existing, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, a thing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for the darshan. So literally we're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen, so you can receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 betel leaves, 1 betel nut, 1 banana, and 1 coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep him 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple. And for those of you who might be wondering how this betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you, this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can also see how you can set up the tambulam. You can set up the 2 betel leaves, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. You can set it up all in a plate and arrange it in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. These are the 4 basic items that are kept as part of the tambulam. But if you would like, you can also keep the additional items such as a coconut, some glass bangles, kumkum, turmeric, and some fresh flowers. These are the 4 basic items. You can add the additional items if you would like. So you can arrange everything in a plate and keep it in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti and receive her when she comes for the darshan. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her. And we'll be moving to the next segment where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed and how important it is for us to understand, internalize, and follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed. So we'll be back after a really short break to move on to the next segment. So all of you can stay tuned. Yes, so we'll be moving where we'll be seeing about what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings. So humanity is still undergoing the after effects of the cosmic deluge, the pralaya, and thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with record numbers of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective physique, leading to an increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues. And what caused this? Why did this happen? Who is behind this? How could we have avoided this? And what is the solution for all of this? In this segment, we will be going through a scientific and statistical understanding of Devi Parashakti's revelation on the cause and the solution of the pralaya, the deluge. As all of us know, the current status of the world right now is the amount of deaths is 3.8 million. The total confirmed cases is 175.9 million. And the worst affected countries is US, India, and Brazil. And in just India, the number of COVID cases is 29,510,410. And the number of COVID deaths is 4,305. And the number of people fallen into poverty just since 2020 is 75 million. And India is suffering from suicide and depression. India is the 6th most depressed country, as all of you can see. The statistics given, article given by the WHO. And it says a recent WHO report provides evidence about the same. India is the most depressed country in the world, leaving USA and China behind. The maximum cases of anxiety, schizophrenia, depression, and bipolar disorders were found in India.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world.
And India is not just suffering from this ongoing pandemic. There have been a record number of cases of natural disasters. Many of us have heard of the cyclone that happened in Kerala a few months back. And then most recently, the floods in Maharashtra have been greatly affecting the state. And with all of these natural disasters, and there is a very serious concern still for an upcoming third wave, which India could already be experiencing within the next couple weeks. So how could we have prevented this? Let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the 31st of May, 2021, and understand how India could have prevented this pandemic.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelation: for this huge Kirmi Bojanam hell not to come to India. In 2020 itself, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. Let us go back to 2017, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the vision for the Padayatra that was to take place in 2020.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here, power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela. Next year Kumbh Mela 2019. Next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower, and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have darshan and Aarti, the camp for Aarti. no other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen. 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, the present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year, Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way.
And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism revealed that the vision for the Padayatra was to literally go meet people where they are. The Supreme Concept of Hinduism was ready to go on ground and meet people, give them the solution to their problem, whether it was a mental problem, a physical problem, emotional problem, whatever the problem, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism was ready to attend to people where they are. And taking 10,000 power manifestors for this whole Padayatra from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. And this Padayatra would literally see the revival of Hinduism. It would be like the spreading of Buddhism again. And since the age of 10, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been enriching people and preparing them for this Padayatra and to save them from this pralaya. From that age, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating the masses through the powerful initiations, discourses, and darshan. In the next several photos that we'll quickly go through, we'll just see some of the various programs that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been conducting and blessing people with for the past 27 years. You can see in Belgium, Tamil Nadu in 2005, in Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu in 2005, in Namakkal in 2005, in Salem in 2005. You can see in all of these photos how many people, how many hundreds, thousands of people were in attendance. The Nithyananda program in Biddi, the Birth Star celebrations in Tirunelveli. In all of these photos, you can see how many people were in attendance, how many people were being blessed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. The Jayanti celebrations in Adi Kailasa Chaturthi, the Jayanti celebrations in Tirunelveli, the Nithyananda Paramashivam program in Chennai, the Guru Purnima celebrations in Adi Kailasa Chaturthi, the Bhakti Spurana program, the Dhyana Spurana program, the Little Anandas program, which was blessing the youth into the science of enlightenment, the Sapta Yagam, which was a series of several homas conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led thousands of disciples into the same homas. You can see the various photos from this program. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing people during Saptayam. And the Nithyananda program conducted in Adi Kailasa Temple. The Nithyananda program again in Salem. And all of these programs, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was tirelessly working to bless each and every being with the scientific enlightenment, to prepare them for the superconscious breakthrough. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working to bless one person at a time, to initiate and attend to every being and to prepare them for this Padayatra and this re-energizing process of the Jyotirlingas. However, the anti-Hindu elements had made it nearly impossible for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to do the re-energizing process by driving him out of India. Let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the solution for this, revealed on the 31st of May 2021.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம்.
Devi revealed that the pandemic, the pralaya in India, will only end when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is able to do the re-energizing process in the 12 Jyotirlingas. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is received in India with reverence and respect as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, then only will we see an end to this pralaya. And as we look around, we see what the Vedic civilization, the rishis of the Vedic civilization had forewarned as the Kali Yuga. And in the Kurma Purana, it is declared that Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. So let us look at the translation of this verse. This Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the worlds. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And in the Kurma Purana, it also states that Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for the Kali Yuga. And the translation of this verse states, Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata of the Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. And in the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in this Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, which is the current age, the presiding divinity is the avatar, Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashiva. And on the 2nd of January, 1978, out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And if Paramashiva had waited even one more year to take the human form, if he had waited till 1979, it would have been too late. So let us listen to the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself revealing about this.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same science. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax. Before it was going to be put off, have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. Hindus feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
The Avatar's advent on planet Earth was to protect humanity from this great cosmic deluge, to bring the new age, the Satya Yuga. Let us listen to Devi herself revealing about this.
ஓம் ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம். நித்யயுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
And Devi's translation, the translation of Devi's revelation on the 30th of April. People of the world, listen, Kali Yuga has matured over time, and it has come time for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great Pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom as Satya Yuga. Be blissful. For this huge Hellgirimi Bodhinam not to come to India, in 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. And in order to prepare for this, the avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began enriching people and one person at a time with the truths from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. Even at the young age of 14, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's classmates recall the yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Gudiyatham, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism around at the age of 19. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all his fellow monks went from the Ramakrishna Mutt in Chennai to Tiruvannamalai, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and had an unforgettable pilgrimage trip experience. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And here you can see the photo of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the inauguration of the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu. And this was inaugurated on the 14th of April, 2001. In 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from various backgrounds. With the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's intensity and dedication for the people, even among crowds of thousands who did not understand English, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's voice resonated deeply, and his presence moved each being to tears. In 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering satsangs, and initiating them into the superconscious breakthrough. Subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but to supernal spiritual realms. And in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodikan Radayatra, which crores of participants were impacted by the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari deities that travels from city to city. And here is a small clip of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the Kodikan Radayatra. You can see how many thousands of people were blessed to be in the presence of the Avatar, just radiating, just being in the presence of the Avatar. And the Bodhigandha Yatra culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the Garbha Mandir, the sanctuary forum for Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, and the Swayambhulinga in Adi Kailasa, Bangalore, in South India. And these deities were energized as Achavatara to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti, to create the Adi Kailasa Sarvatyamrita as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming pralaya. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens during this great pralaya. And here are just three: the Kailasa in Tirupur, the Kailasa at Adi Kailasa Sarvatyamrita in Bangalore, and the Kailasa in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda Vaidya River with the Anandalingam, which would protect anyone who bathes in its waters from this deadly COVID disease. Let us watch a short clip of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing Abhishekam for the Anandalingam.
नमस्सहस्राक्षाय च चतुधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च विविष्टाय च नमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते च नमो क्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे च जिराय च नम शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्ण्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च दीप्त्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नम पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमस्तोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नम उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नम श्लोक्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नम श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नम आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नम शूराय च वभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नम श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो दुष्टवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च बुद्धिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णेशवे च इधिने च नमस्कायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमस्तूप्याय च सर्वस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नम ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शंगाय च वसुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शंकराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय च उत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय च लात्याय च नमः शिष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमस्तिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः ईरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षेणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikanda Yatra and garnered international attention for creating a movement which literally converted and lakhs of Hindus back to Hinduism. And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of super consciousness have been sown. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established thousands of Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems for enriching humanity and has reached over 1 billion people. And in the next several photos, which we will quickly go through, we'll see some of the enlightenment ecosystems established by Supreme Pontifical Buddhism. Here is Kailasa and Edo, the Adi Nithyananda Peetham. The Adi Kailasa Satya Peetham in Bangalore, India. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. The Kailasa in Columbus. The Kailasa in Los Angeles. The Kailasa in San Jose. The Kailasa in Seattle, Washington. And these are just the various Sarvajñapīఠas built by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the sake of bringing the science of enlightenment to the people of the world. Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina. In each photo, you can see how many people were enriched by these enlightenment ecosystems. Kailasa in New York. Kailasa in Washington, D.C. The Kailasa in Toronto. The Kailasa in Oklahoma City. The Kailasa in Phoenix. The Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. The Kailasa in Oman. The Kailasa in Dubai. The Kailasa in London, UK. The Kailasa in Scotland, UK. The Kailasa in Netherlands. The Kailasa in Slovakia. You can see the people in all of these photos from various backgrounds, various parts of life, but still enjoying and being blessed by this enlightenment ecosystem. The Kailasa in Belgium. The Kailasa in Luxembourg. The Kailasa in Austria. The Kailasa in Germany. The Kailasa in Italy. The Kailasa in France. The Kailasa in Switzerland. The Kailasa in Mauritius. The Kailasa in South Africa. The Kailasa in Salem, which was established in 2006, personally by the Supreme Pontiff. More photos. And the Kailasa in Hosur, which was again established personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2008. The Kailasa in Patnam. The Kailasa in Varanasi. The Kailasa in Rajapalli, which is an important enlightenment ecosystem established in 2008. The Kailasa in Hyderabad. the Kailasa in Kerala, the Kailasa in Gujarat, the Yogini Sarvadhya Pita, the Kailasa in Tiruvanmiyur, the Kailasa in Alankulam, the Kailasa in Tambaram, Chennai, the Kailasa in Avadi, Chennai, the Kailasa in Chennai again, the Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia, the Kailasa in New Zealand, the Kailasa in Singapore, the Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur, the Kailasa in Guadeloupe, South America, and to ensure humanity survive this pralaya, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, and religion. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated thousands into Nithyananda spiritual healing, who are actively healing millions all over the world. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established over 2,500 satsang centers, Paduka mandirs, and home temples that operate as de facto embassies, spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the avatar inspired millions to reclaim their Hindu-centered freedom. Thousands of Padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora all over the world, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each one for what was to come. And in 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a Padayatra and executed successfully, with thousands participating and the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated. And for every major festival, devotees from all over the world do Padayatras out of their sincere love and devotion for the avatar. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been contributing tirelessly to humanity over the past 56 years, with serving over 1 billion free meals to people and enriching over 1 billion e-citizens. And the Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems have reached over 347 cities across 196 countries. And the Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university, established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France. And Kailasa is the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. And you can connect with us on various platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, WhatsApp, and many more. And you can visit any of our various websites to learn more, as well as download the Enlightenment app, the Enlighten app, to stay connected constantly, to constantly be in that space of enlightenment, to be constantly being enriched with the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And with this, we will be concluding this part of the program and be entering into the next part of the program, where we will learn the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Over the last several months, Devi has been continuously blessing each and every one of us, has literally been answering every single one of our burning questions. And now we have the opportunity to offer our gratitude to Devi through these various offerings. So if you would like to show your love, your devotion, your gratitude for Devi and all of her blessings, you can stay tuned for the next segment where we will learn some of the offerings that we can make to Devi and some of the benefits that we can receive through these offerings. So we will be right back after a very short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers after that very quick break. Now let us enter into the next segment of today's program, the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. Yes. So during this segment today, we will be able to look at several of the ways you can manifest the reality that you want instantly, immediately. And the Vedic rishis have they have researched and developed a very powerful methodology of how to manifest your reality as you want it. With the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the sciences of reality, cosmos, that they have really understood and formulated through the rituals in a way that could be understood easily. Now, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, first, what we do during these rituals is declare that the cosmic energy exists, that there is such a thing as cosmic energy, and that Nithyanandeshwara, Nithyanandeshwari, or Devi and Paramashiva, Devi Parashakti and Paramashiva, and the Guru, who is the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, are all Chinmaya Vigraha, the representation of that very cosmic energy, We recognize that when we offer to them, we are offering directly to the cosmic energy. And ultimately, no matter what it is, when we are offering, we simply offer out of our immense gratitude, recognizing the ultimate truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I pray, I am you. The offerings that we have today for each and every one of you have so much of beautiful context, significance, that we can imbibe truly, deeply, and we will not only imbibe the sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, this beautiful sacred sentiment that is behind every nook and cranny of Hinduism in all of its glory, but also these powerful cognitions have the ability itself to awaken oneness, spiritual awakening, inner awakening, and your higher consciousness inside of you. That's the power of just one cognition and one resolution that you make inside of you. And the Vedic rishis have formulated, researched, and developed this science in order for each and every one of us to manifest our reality as we want it to happen. And the Supreme Council of Hinduism beautifully explains that until you manifest your reality as you wanted, we will manifest it for you. We will manifest whatever you wanted in your reality for you through these offerings and through the ritualistic sevas offered by the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalayam. So now, before we enter into today's segment on the various different offerings, and we go over each offering and we see the scriptural reference of the offering, we see the different kinds of significances behind this offering, these offerings. Before we do that, let us first chant the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Manonmani. Manonmani is the very Devi Parashakti who is seated on the lap of Paramashiva, the embodiment of compassion and love. So let us pray to her and invite her presence among us as we are going over these various different offerings today. Indunivabedakaravahninayam syad pankajavaravaya japakshasarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syad tungamukutojvala manonmani swarupam. The English translation goes, moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And the next Dhyana Shloka here says, Dhyaye devim trinetram shashinibhavadanam vedahastam dadanam Savye padmam varadam aparechabhayam chakshamalam Divyairabaranir vibhushitatanam brahmadi vipujitam Devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatradatrim shubham. Here it says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing hands with blessing and gracing hands. She is worshipped by beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. So now, before we enter into the various different offerings, we have an array of offerings that you will be able to imbibe deeply, see the significance, see where it is referred in the scriptures, and actually have a deeper insight into Hinduism in its most authentic form. We'll first understand the significance of the divine element gold. Gold has so many different significances, and the truth is that even though in our society we are placing economic and social value on gold, still we have not tapped into the sacred value and the sacredness behind gold. Here in the Atharva Veda, we have a beautiful verse where it says, and I'll just be reading out the English translation now: triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes deepest to Agni, dearest to Agni, and one fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. When they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, let that triple gold be for your long life. So here, the gold is actually related to immortality, it's related to virtue and power, and it has so much of deep and sacred qualities, which can even make you manifest powers. In our day and age, nowadays in normal society, what do we think of gold? Gold has economic value. It has, of course, it's the most precious metal that each and every one of us know of. And also we know that gold has a value in society. We often award the gold medal to anyone who is the best in their talent or their field. And we award we often give gifts of gold to our loved ones, or who we have a relationship with, our significant others. When it comes to Mother's Day or Father's Day, we often give gifts in gold to show them that we love them. And not to say that there is anything wrong with that. Gold is a high value, and we love to show how we place value in society through various objects and material things. But there's something deeper that Sanatana Hindu Dharma recognized about gold, and of course about value as well, and value of all living beings and all things. We not only saw the economic and social value behind things, but also the divine qualities, the sacredness of life and all beings, and of course of gold itself. We saw gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches, and it's an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or appears, operates in his vicinity. And gold is present in all scriptures. It's present in the Agamas, the Vedas, the Itihasas, and the Smritis and Shrutis, the Puranas. In all of the Hindu scriptures, gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold and exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. And when one was to be saved from human life and from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. And even horses and cows, elephants, all the animals in society, which we worshipped as divine, was also dressed, decorated, and adorned in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the rivers of gold, in fact. For example, the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. So all of these rivers had produced and had literally uncovered gold for the whole civilization. And not only that, gold was literally a celestial, a divine element, which was able to harness the enlightenment energy. And even in the Devi Meenakshi Amman temples today are still the gold jewels that are offered to her very body when she was in the physical form. We'll be learning a little bit about who is Devi Meenakshi in just a few minutes with one of the offerings. But Devi Meenakshi was an incarnation of Parashakti herself who descended on planet Earth. And she, as an incarnation, had been adorned and offered these gold jewelries while she was in the human form and while people were worshiping her and offering her these different, offerings to her very body while she was in the while she was in the Tachala Murti, meaning the living embodiment and living Murti. And the so Devi Meenakshi, those very jewels are still today in the Meenakshi Amman temple used and offered as worship and offered as alankaram to the deity of Devi Meenakshi because they are now considered sacred. They are now considered holding that very enlightenment energy. And it is this very temple, this very deity of Meenakshi, which is still currently ruling the whole of the Madurai kingdom, the whole civilization, and the oldest civilization of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So it is an extremely ancient and researched science that even today, in the core and the oldest forms and branches of Hinduism is still state practice. So offering gold now to the avatar, to the Nijavatar, the very incarnation of Paramashiva, who is manifesting as Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa, as all the form of all of the different gods and goddesses. Whatever it is, you will be able to see how the enlightenment energy literally manifests for thousands of years. Now, let us go into the first offering that we have today, the Ehundi offering. Yes, we have the Ehundi offering, and before going in and explaining this offering, let me first chant the pramana. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashyabhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. And it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. Now here says, if there is any fear in the minds of a devotee, surely Devi can be trusted to remove that fear entirely. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and this is not the seasonal autumn that we might go through every year, but the autumn of our lives, when the thoughts turn more and more inwards, we would become more and more introspective, and when the role of the divine is known much more clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So this is an offering of any amount that you want. It's a general donation that you can make. You can make this general donation on YouTube Super Chat if you're joining us from YouTube, which I know many of you, hundreds of you are, or if you are joining us from, Facebook or different platforms, you can head on over to YouTube and make a donation through the YouTube Super Chat, or we will be able to go through the registration forms and the payment gateway for making a payment at the end of the segment. So if you have any questions about how to make a payment for any one of these offerings, you can stay tuned until the end of the segment. Yes, and the next offering we have is the Sankalpa chanting. Here it says, there's a beautiful verse that I'll now be chanting. Sayeta mohate vishvam shaiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam pushta rudam prayachati. And here the English translation of this verse goes, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being freed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. This is from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. And the offering of the Sankalpa Mantra is the offering of a conscious resolution, a deep prayer. And whenever we are praying and offering to Devi Parashakti, perhaps we would like to manifest something deeply into our reality. If you would like to manifest something, then you can request the blessings of Devi Parashakti, and all it takes is just $1, and it's just a beautiful prayer that is offered in your name to Devi Parashakti that you can do today. Yes. Next offering we have is the Sahasranama Swarna classes. And beautifully in the Lalita Sahasranamam, it says that Devi Parashakti is Nama Parayana Prita. And that means she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is an offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And it's a very special and unique archana offered from the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each and every one of the 1008 names to receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Parashakti. Now we have the next offering, which is the Mukta Anguti. And I'll now be chanting the verse. मुक्ताहारणलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभां शिञ्जन्नूपुरिकिङ्किणीमणिधरां पद्मप्रभाभासुरां सर्वाभीतफलप्रदां गिरिसुतां वाणीरमासेवितां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिम्. The English translation says, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like the full moon. She wears anklets and is studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes. So you can offer the pearl finger ring. This is the pearl finger ring to Devi Parashakti, and the pearl actually has so much of deep significance in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and it is a symbol of compassion. Devi Parashakti, in the form of Meenakshi, being the very embodiment of compassion herself, and as you saw in this verse, the ocean of compassion. We can offer this Mukta Anguti to receive her blessings, her compassion, and poured love in all of our business and endeavors and any ambition we take up in our life. And we have the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the next offering. And in the Kamika Agama, it actually says all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flowers made of gold. So there are so many different references for the golden lotus, and there are hundreds of scriptural references as well, and not only for the worship of Paramashiva, but also even in the arts and architecture, the lotus is considered sacred and literally everywhere in our civilization, much like gold. And because we considered a divine flower, that's why the lotus is used literally everywhere. And whatever we consider as divine, we believe that it should be given and distributed out towards all things and offered towards Paramashiva. So the Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus as well. The base of the Paramashiva linga is also the lotus. And It is considered as a lotus as well. You can offer the gold lotus in any size you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti amidst any and every situation in your life. So yes, the next offering is the Swarnameti, the golden toe ring. Nowadays, in a popular culture, the toe ring has become very fashionable and it's become a statement that you can make even in fashion. But the truth is that it actually has its origin with sacred value and in Sanatana Hindu Dharma itself. Can we go back to the last slide? There's a beautiful verse from the Saundarya Lahari composed by Adi Shankaracharya, where I'll now be chanting that verse, where it literally is describing the toes of Devi Parashakti and the greatness and glory of just her toes. So it goes, Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna paradvaya pravajala parakrita saroruha. And here it says, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Now, just the very toenails of Devi Parashakti can literally remove all the darkness in your life, can remove the ignorance in your life, and can bestow you with the ultimate knowledge, the ultimate experience of life itself. So you can offer this toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred toes, her sacred feet, which can literally put you in the experience of constant gratitude and receive her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of our life. Next offering we have is the Swarna Mantika. And in this, there is the offering of the Mantika is the offering of the golden hairline jewelry. And the Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. In the Lalita Sahasranamam, again, it says that Devi Parashakti is considered as Shuddha Saravi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the divine and the ultimate. And as you know, as we just went over, the Mantika represents the nectar which is overflowing from the Sahasrara chakra. For those of you who don't know, the Sahasrara chakra is the 1,000-petal lotus chakra at the crown of our head. And you'll be able to simply receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. So next we have the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja is the offering of the ritual seva to the feet of the Guru and Devi Parashakti herself. And as we went over, there's so many different beautiful significances of offering to Devi Parashakti her feet and the glory of her feet. So you can make this offering as well today. And we also have the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth, which grants the protection of Devi Parashakti on you in all of your efforts, in all of your life. So this brings us to a conclusion of all the various different offerings. And now you can see a summary of the offering in the next slide. We have various different offerings here. As you can see, the Ehundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Meti, the Swarna Mantika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So these offerings are available to you in different levels, and you can offer it for $1 or even for any amount of money that you would like. You don't have to feel impossibility somehow related to making any one of these offerings. So if you're interested in making an offering today, and if you need help in manifesting, if you need more details, you can go to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, and you can, if you're ready for making a payment today, you can go to tiny.cc/devi-offering, and after the payment, you can go and make sure that you fill out the Sankalpa 2021 form so that your names are chanted during the puja. So I request before we end this segment, if we can go to tiny.cc/devi-offerings, and we can show the viewers how exactly they can make a payment today. We can walk you through the steps and show that it's actually a very easy process that you can do. Yes, we'll be showing that to you in just a few minutes. In the meantime, in the next segment, we'll be going over the various different updates from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, which is the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, which is the one of the main Kailasa COVID care centers in India, among 13 opened multi-layer quarantine centers that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has guided and initiated in order to protect everyone who is ongoing and vulnerable to the ongoing pandemic and the cases of corona, which are increasing, and even the third wave, which is afflicting so many people right now. So now, in just a few minutes, yes. So we have Ma Dayami Swami, who is joining us right now for this segment, and who is a representative from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, and will be showing us and guiding us about how Kailasa's multi-layer quarantine opportunity has brought a practical solution for health, joy, and bliss. So thank you, Madayami Swami, for joining us, and we'll be now continuing with the next segment.
Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis, and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva Parampurul, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva. Live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam, and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samayapurattu Kanatal who comes and helps at the right time. These are the revelations Devi revealed on 5th June 2021, stressing the mental distress across the world. People are suffering due to the pandemic. And there are multiple reasons, main reasons: the economic crisis, the unemployment rate predicted to reach 10% amidst this coronavirus pandemic. The unemployment rate will raise from 5.1% to 10% in the June quarter, according to the Treasury figures. Estimates show the rate would have been higher without the Job Keepers program. The treasurer said that the economic shock from coronavirus was said to be far more significant than the global financial crisis. And another reason is raising the food world prices, causing the concerns amongst the people. According to the Washington Post, global food prices have rallied to multi-year highs, triggered by COVID-19 pandemic related to supply chain disruptions and soaring transportation costs, and International Monetary Fund, the IMF, has said. More is likely to come since international food prices are expected to increase by about 25% in 2021 from 2020, said the IMF's officials. They're expected to stabilize later this year. So what Devi revealed on 5th June 2021, and the media articles across the world confirming the same, followed by the Devi revelations. The psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients. According to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression, anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in mild cases. The report by the Global News on 6th June 2021. BMC Psychology reported on 8th June 2021 that impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students. The result indicate that the students closer to graduating face the increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, and feeling of loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, 59.8%, and many reported worries for the health of their loved ones most impacted their mental health status, just 20%, and the need to take care of the most affected current and future plans, 31.8%. Almost one half of students took to exercising and other remedies. The rates of anxiety and depression continue to soar among college students researchers say. Researchers at the Dartmouth College who have studied the moods among the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years say stress levels are there at their highest. Research by Lauren Lumpkin, which submitted on June 10th, 2021, the Dartmouth College researchers began tracking about 217 students when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, the rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down. And said the Andrew Campbell, sorry for the technical glitch. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor during the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of assessment. What this global post-traumatic stress disorder, that is PTSD therapeutics market, what it was in 2019 and what it is going to be in 2027, an estimation of 11.91 increase, according to the verified market research. According to the United Nations release to CNN, that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom recently said in a news release to the CNN. It is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added to CNN. So Devi revealed that yoga is the most important aspect for people to do, and the various spiritual practices and serving Paramashiva. So yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress and self-regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with the innate coping strategies for responding to stress. But sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self-regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self-care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions, with benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of the traditional treatment approaches. According to the Psychology Today, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in difficult circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being, even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well-being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenges for thousands of years. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, reveals revelations on 22nd May 2021, and not only on this particular day, but many various satsangs, he stressed the importance of the spiritual practices and doing yoga and other practices. Let us see what they are. Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive, life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much. Just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa. First, the devotees in their own homes. Second, the Kailasa Vasis inside the Sangha physically, mentally, and psychologically or consciously for quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place. Doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking bay leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, tripala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up, quarantine yourself, build your body. Don't bother about your business or any other profit. Anything else. This year, if you are alive, just that is the greatest profit. The United Nations recognizes the Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. Whatever we are discussing, doing yoga, doing the spiritual practices, serving Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established various Kailasas across the world and continuously serving people, and a report, some of these ecosystems are acting as a Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. A report on these was submitted by the Adi Shaivat minority community tradition. The Kailas Union submitted a report in the month of June 2020 and got published about 2 weeks ago. You can see the screenshot on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. And you can also go ahead and click on this article and read the full article with the supporting documentation by yourself. The report published on the United Nations website on www.ohchr.org, the Adi Shaivat minority tradition, the globalization of disease has led the world to be as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles and systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc. need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of the required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through multilateralism that was published by the United Nations on their website www.ohchr.org. Earlier reports published on the United Nations website are the reports on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and a second report on the femicide, and this is the third report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. A report by the Adi Shaivat minority tradition, ASMT Hindu community, Kailas Union, submitted in June 2021, which got published 2 weeks ago. Let us see the details of this report. The key factors, key obstacles. The first problem presented is globalization of disease has led the world to be as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, Delta, Delta plus, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst nations and within, leading to various extremes such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable. Fourth, lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. Frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. From the SDG to zero hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting documentation here. What are the solutions presented in this article by the ASMNT, Minority Tradition, Adi Shaivite Minority Tradition, Hindu Community, Kailasa Union? The first, revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc. need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or absence of required medical care. Second, as per Hindu principle, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases. First, creation or growth. Second, sustenance or stagnation. Third, recession or revitalization. Fourth, reinvention. Fifth, breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis, lead us to the 4th and 5th phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. According to the key nations, the increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. Second, Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments and organizations and people on 2 grounds. First, health response. Second, economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is my family. This is the scriptural reference from Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verses 71 to 73. You can see the supporting documentation here. The next solution presented is provide sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for a vast majority of people for either health safety or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to requests for private accommodation. Experimental townships such as Araville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Araville are not open to public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Araville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as the ASMT Monastery India, Bangalore, have been opened to offer multi-layered quarantine as a free public service with free food, accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is the monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in these townships with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially for regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created. Especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care, with absolute multi-layer quarantine until the coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the virus. The next solution presented is educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time, and visual information about the fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless, as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial, as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic, and long post-down liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about the future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Leveraging, the next solution presented is leveraging the best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. First, for things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends no fee be charged. Second, for survival needs, such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. Third, for all other infrastructure developmental works, services, and commodities, gold and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in the modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus. And this is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where crucial data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped the USA access mass and testing kits. And there was a hope that this would lead to reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model, allowed in food and healthcare. The next solution presented is Hindu policies for food security, a highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations were that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with the seed capital of grains collected by fundraising. If any person met with a crisis, such as crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. Here, the compound interest were prohibited in grain banks, which the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains. And if required, all such grain loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu temples, food is shared for free as a policy. This was the case both in ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ASMT, Adi Shaivite Minority Tradition community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Next is monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by the governments that are based on health code color systems that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting documentation here. Though Though there were privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed, symptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area-wise statistics, have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease, and are being considered for implementation by various countries. Next solution presented is traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as living divine energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, food, medicine, etc. Though traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues, and a few years ago, Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine, the mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interest. Outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medicine systems are time-tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailasa Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. International Treaty for Pandemic Preparedness. International multilateral negotiations and treaties should consider multilateralism based on the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means entire world is my family. Second, prioritizing imparting education on individual pandemic management and giving hope to people. Third, multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine. Fourth, waiver of patents on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems, free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain bank systems and other traditional economic systems, as described in their report, would help the most vulnerable people of the world protection without disrupting life and economy such that the effects of lockdowns are unnoticeable. You can see the supporting documentation here. The multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG 11 with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine protection without disrupting life and economy such that the effects of lockdowns are unnoticeable. Waiver of patents on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain bank systems and other traditional economic systems, as described in this report, would help the most vulnerable people of the world. The sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadanam, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healings online. Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report and recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person required true multilateralism, governments, organizations, and people collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community living with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicines. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations and got published in their website www.oschr.org. So join in these COVID care protection centers with the register with the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, let us see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving of the temple sciences and the ecosystems. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's understand the Kailasa's revival of the temple sciences and the ecosystems, temple-based ecosystems. Now, as you see across the world, how across India, especially the age-old temples, the sacred, famous temples are shut down for an indefinite period. For example, the Siddhi Sai Baba temple and Siddhi Vinayaka temple in Maharashtra shut down due to the pandemic for an indefinite period. And the Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public for an indefinite period. All religious places, including the temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees or for public in Bhubaneswar, as city records the highest daily COVID surge for an indefinite period. In Uttar Pradesh, major Mudra temples ban entry of devotees for an indefinite period due to rising in COVID-19 cases. In Gujarat, Somnath temple also closed for darshan for amidst the COVID-19 surge for an indefinite period. On the other hand, the Tamil Nadu, the Chola era temple murtis beheaded. The murtis of the Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, and a devotee who went to temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. So the Kailasnath temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kulichunga Chola II, with Shiva as the presiding deity. The temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state a few days ago. So now in these times when the COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples are visiting and having darshans of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. So now let us understand the basics of the temples. Why deity worship? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessings in his own words. Please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are the embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always curved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine through the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, the truth of oneness, is going to happen. The divine has got infinite auspicious qualities. For example, in Sanskrit we call Ananta Kalyana Guna. For example, Shiva, with his infinite auspicious qualities, saved Markandeya as Kala Kala. Markandeya was destined to die at the age of 16 as a young boy. The parents of Markandeya was devastated and very sad. And to remove their pain, Markandeya intensely prayed. And the day of his departed date, on the day of his death, the destined death, the Lord of Death, also called the Kala, he arrived and was about to take away the life of Markandeya. Markandeya intensely prayed Paramashiva and Hakti Paramashiva Linga to save, to protect him. Then Paramashiva appeared as Kala Kala, the Lord of Death, and saved Markandeya and gave him not only saved from the death and gave him the immortality, the eternal life. Markandeya gave humanity the Mrityunjaya mantra. So the form that we worship Paramashiva is Kala Kala. Same way, Paramashiva danced in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja, the cosmic dancer. Nataraja performed the Panchakrityas of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, and the pulling out of delusion and giving us the liberation. Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with those rites, with those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join the Kailasa's COVID care protections with a link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. We'll be resuming the session with a very short break. Now, the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine facilities and are these de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. The continuous, whoever comes, the continuous Annadan is happening. So what is the Annadan? Annadan is the free food, serving the free food. Let us understand what is the need for this Annadan and how Kailasa is serving for over 2+ decades. And much more than that, the need of the Annadan and the value of the Annadan, the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's understand this. As you see across the world today, due to the unemployment, due to the rises in food prices, and various reasons, COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households, and almost every country is suffering with this. It has exacerbated existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into vicious cycles of economic stagnation, losses of livelihood, and worsening of food insecurity. COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The World Bank estimates that the 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into the category of food insecure, over and above the 820 million who were classified as such by the 2019 State of Food Insecurity in the World Report. Hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsened the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced food insecurity during the pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. The child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk of developing a severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti. According to sources connected to the United Nations Children's Fund, the number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated by the pandemic. Refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. Vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. Price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by the campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in the Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns, with 63% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter. Just over one-third, that is 37%, requested health or medical care. Famine risk spikes amidst the conflict, COVID-19 and funding groups. The number of people teetering on the brink of a famine has risen from 34 million projected at the beginning of this year to 41 million projected as of June. Without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation, as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. The World Bank releases a report on growing food insecurity. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to COVID-19 pandemic. The report released on May 20th, 2021 stated that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, with impacts expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum released that 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for 2/3 of those facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. Join now in this Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us understand the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on various satsangs continuously sharing about the importance of food. What you become, what you eat. What you eat contributes to what you think. What you think contributes to what you cognize. And what you cognize contributes to who you are. And so what you eat directly affects who you are. And that is why I'm making the statement, you become what you eat. And what is in your plate matters. And because that is going to become you. Violence-based food derived from killing animals and life-negative, chemical-based toxic food both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health. It gives you an inner space, physical systems, and psychological flow to develop highest psychology. To develop highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. Your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination, imaginary, illusionary dimensions of the universe. The human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. So make vegetarianism as a lifestyle. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator with which can handle only 220 volts current, or a UPS system which can handle only 220 volts current. But if it is given 20,000 volts current, what will happen? It'll just get fused. The food without anxiety, the food without fear, the food without depression, biomemories, if they are consumed by a person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. Kailasas, Annalayas, the food banks are serving across the globe free, organic, vegetarian, sattvic meals for one and all to eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, pandemic, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famine of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through the Kailasa's Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free, organic food to everyone. Not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasas Annalayas, the food bank established all across the globe, distributes and serves free vegetarian organic food for people of all castes, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. Under the global services, you can see Kailasa Department of State under the Red Om, providing relief works for natural man-made calamities, working to eliminate world hunger. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally organizing relief efforts and free organic food distribution for the Thane flood relief in Pondicherry region, India, 2012. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always says, we will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annadan. I'm not giving any fantasy. It is already becoming a reality, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see in the glimpses where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving himself. The pictures that you are seeing where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the Annadanam. The pictures show the early days of the Kailasa's spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering Annadan, providing free organic vegetarian meals. On Kartikeya Deepam, the pictures are taken at Thiruvannamalai and on 22nd November 2002. Now, the picture that you are seeing, even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, engage in selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, 2 steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. And this picture that you're seeing is right after this surgery, leading by example to the peacekeepers of Kailasa. Now the pictures that you're seeing are from the Pondicherry as a part of the Thane flood relief in pictures taken on January 2012, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free meals. Now you can also see the 3rd January 2012 Pondicherry Thane flood relief. You can see some more pictures where the thousands have served the free food to the Thane flood relief. On 9th September 2011, the Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration at Thiruvannamalai, Arogya Yoga Health Workshop in Tamil Nadu, and 25th November 2005, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the free meals. This picture that you are seeing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the Nithyananda Purana meditation workshop. The pictures are from Salem, India, where you will see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving to thousands. And the pictures are taken on 12 December 2007. Now you are seeing the pictures are from the meditation workshop, Nithyananda Purana. The pictures are from Tiruvannamalai, South India. The pictures are taken on 20th September 2012, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the free organic sattvic meals to one and all. Now we are seeing the pictures of the Annadanam at the Kartike Deepam celebrations at Tiruvannamalai, India, where the pictures are taken on 27th November 2012. The pictures that you are seeing, the Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop at Tiruvannamalai, where on 10th May 27. And the pictures that you are seeing are from the Kalpataru Meditation Workshop, where in Tiruvannamalai, where the big Annadana were happening on 10th April 2017. Now we are seeing the pictures of the Bandara feast served to respected spiritual leaders and the Hindu monks at the 2016 Kumbh Mela. The pictures are taken on 5th May 2016 at the Kumbh Mela, where lakhs of people were fed. Now pictures that you are seeing are from Kalpataru Meditation Workshop at the Kumbh Mela. The pictures are from 28th April 2016. Now you are seeing the pictures of Arunachala Sarvajna Peetham Tiruvannamalai, where the pictures are from 11th March 2017, where the free Annadanam was happening. Now you are seeing the pictures are from Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetham, where the continuous Annadanam is happening, and picture is taken on 18th August 2019. Now, Annadanam distributed during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of Guru. Pictures are from 6th July 2019, where the pictures are from Kailasa in Houston. Now you're seeing the pictures are from the Akashic meditation workshop in Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, where the pictures are taken on 8th December 2016. Now you're seeing the pictures are from Annadan services continues in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis, 30th May 2020 in Madurai, India. Now, proof of necessity for Annadan. The Bengal famine of 19 1943.
Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that
in 1943 to 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, the 3 million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling the 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits, and the famine was their fault. In 2016 Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3 million. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served more than 1 billion free meals in the past 26 years and are determined to end the hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation driven by selfless service. In the Vedagamas, the source of food, Hindu scriptures, declares Annam Bahu Kurvita. The scriptural reference is from Taittiriya Upanishad, chapter 3, verse 9. It says, which means that let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. So join the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. On 12th May 2021, Devi revealed that I came as Nija Avatar and I'm blessing you, listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and come down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings comes. And we cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, We cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidasarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line every day and they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. On 30th May 2021, Devi continued to reveal that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar, go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara, without confusion and without asking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment, to protect India from the great destruction. I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors without exception. So the free COVID care centers open across India are Adi Kailasa Enbedadi, Bangalore, Salem Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Tirunamale Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adhinam in Pondicherry, Pattanam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adhinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam, Erode, Tamil Nadu, Huzur Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adhinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on the global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks and organic farming. Join now in Kailasa's COVID care protection centers at https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now you can see some of the glimpses of the COVID care protection centers. Now you can see the groceries collected for Annadan at the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. Ayurvedic Sattvic vegetarian food distribution to one and all. You can see the glimpses of the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, where the Adinavasis of Adi Kailasa continued working round the clock in organizing the storage of groceries to accommodate the large number of people arriving for Kailasa's COVID protection initiative. Then Kailasa's Department of Agriculture The Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India, where the banana plantain in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, a glimpse of self-sustainability lifestyle being cultivated in multi-layered quarantine facilities. Now you're seeing the glimpses of the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The Department of Agriculture's mission is to research and implement the environment-friendly, sustainable, economy-friendly methods of agriculture. The next pasture of land was prepared by dividing irrigation and preparing of manure. Now you're seeing the Kailasa Department of Housing, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. The Adi Navasis are working in full swing, helping facilitate all the requirements needed to accommodate the hundreds and hundreds of people coming in for protection from COVID-19 pandemic. Now you are seeing the glimpses of the Kailasa Department of Health, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. As the third wave of COVID hits the world, the medical and emergency response team raises their preventive measures. Each individual is guided to take at least 11-minute vaporization before meal and receive their supplements. Now you can see the Kailasa Department of Agriculture and Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. The organic sattvic meals, including the balance of steamed rice cakes, curries and fruits, all items are verified per meal and distributed to different locations in Adi Kailasa campus. So join now in Adi Kailasa COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now we'll resume our sessions, this program, after a very short break. As you see, when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. How these COVID care protection centers, what are the spiritual practices that are happening? Especially the morning spiritual routine. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. the morning routine, and the chemical changes it brings in you, and the healing it does in your system, and the biological rhythm it sets in your system. All of them are very important. It is as important fuel for you to experience multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and the integrity to the spiritual routine initiations are completely private, personal between you and me, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The members of the Kailasa's Protective Preventive Multi-Layered Quarantine Initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. The morning spiritual routine consists of the Nithyananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, and the Kashayam, which is a herbal drinks, and the Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The morning spiritual routine will tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices because the chemistry you enjoy inside matters that decide the kind of plane of the universe, the dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Pathala. Kailasa is the highest abode where Paramashiva lives. Pathala is the lowest abode where the demons live. Swarga or Naraka. Swarga is the heaven and Naraka is the heaven. Swarga is the heavens and Naraka is the hell. So morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always says, person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker and you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day, because that is the time you get near what you are seeking closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend these 4 hours because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, if you are tired, the love is gone and dead. During the morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead and gone. You need a thorough overhauling inside you. You need to ask yourself. You need to question many of your answers. You need to bring a pure questioning back to your life. The morning spiritual routine of the yoga, panchakriya, puja, and the satsang. The yoga, when you do the yoga, you experience the entire body becoming Amrita Sharira. That means body filled with nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. Panchakriya, soon after you get up, you do the Panchakriya. Panchakriya involves the 5 powerful processes to remove toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, Panchakriya is a powerful cleansing process which cleanses the internal organs of the body, keeping it cool. These techniques not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness to our being. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you. From this devotion moves you from I, who is so heavy, to God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred bath to Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is form, beyond form and formless. In puja, we sit down and connect with the God by performing Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that bhava, we sit with that context and do the action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the bhava samadhi. Only bhava samadhi can give us the higher taste and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience bhava samadhi of Shivoham, that I am divine. When you do the morning spiritual practices, you manifest Shaktis, the spiritual powers. If you just follow this morning 5 hours, enough. You will have Vak Shakti, all Shaktis manifesting in you, because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in the morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, the Shakti Pata, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths. Constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours, if you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. You can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like morning yoga, nitya puja, but there will be always a risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days or after a few weeks. Living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the Sangha will support you and help you by giving a wake-up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas coming back to the temple ecosystems of these temple-based ecosystems of Kailasa. All the religious spiritual traditions help keeping this enlightenment science alive. So join the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers of COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below. A link is https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The link again, https://kailasa, KAILASA.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA Kailasa care. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a very short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
and setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world.
have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by
evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. As many of you have heard, Kailasa is nationally observing the Shuddhadvaita Shiva Sayujya Mukti of the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhan of Srila Shri Arunagirinadar Shri Jnanasambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal of Kailasa Sonata Shamala Pita Satyajya Pita. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the head of Kailasa Mission, has released an administrative directive on the 13th of August, 2021. So we will be going through this administrative directive and understanding what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as both the head of Kailasa Nation and as the successor of the Shamala Pita Satyajya Pita, has directed. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism wrote, by the authority vested in me as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the head of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa, and as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhan of the Kailasa Gunata Shamala Pita Satyajya Pita, by the constitution and the laws of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as ordained by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, in the Vedas and in the Agamas, it is hereby ordered as follows. The purpose, Kailasa Sonata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, the oldest Hindu papal state and enlightenment ecosystem, was established by Paramashiva, later revived by Lord Sundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, who as the deities and incarnate of Paramashiva ruled over Madurai, revived its foundation pillars as the highest living stream of spiritual sciences. To ensure the tradition continues to elevate humanity for millennia, they enthroned the direct representative and their divine energies in the form of the continuing lineage of the living masters, the Guru Mahasannidhan, with the responsibility to train and groom the kings in the administration, constitution, and governance, acting as regents. They also performed these spiritual initiations on the king and the citizens of the kingdom, imparting the enlightenment science to them. And Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, rare and sacred lineage of pontiffs, has been systematically carried over in an unbroken progression from ages. The chosen emissaries of Lord Paramashiva and Devi, the Guru Mahasannidhanam, the pontiffs of Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, are the direct representatives of the cosmos. And here you can see the photos of the lineage of the Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita, starting with Devi Meenakshi and Lord Sundareshwara, through Tirunjana Sambandar, all the way up until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 293rd and current Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya. The 288th Guru Mahasannidhana of the Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita, the Srila Shri Arunaga Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, the 289th Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, Rao Bahadur Srila Shri Swaminatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, the 290th Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, Srila Shri Swaminatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, and the 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, Srila Shri Somasundara Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, and the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, Srila Shri Arunagirinatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, who was the predecessor to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and of course, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, Bhagavan Srila Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam. Since the 1980s, the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Holiness Arunagirinatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, has assumed the responsibilities of the Pontiff of Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita, and imparted the science of enlightenment by performing his spiritual and religious responsibilities to the citizens. Since my formal appointment by His Holiness Srila Shri Arunagirinatha Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvajya Pita on the 27th of April 2012, I, Srila Shri Nithyananda Shri Jnanasambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, as the lawful successor, descendant, and inheritor, invested with all the powers, duties, obligations to perform the rituals, spiritual, religious, and customary rites vested in the Kailasa Unnata Shyamala Pita Satyajita, has been reviving its spiritual, religious, and linguistic epicenters to its original glory. Today, August 13th, this was published yesterday, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues on. Our nation, Kailasa, mourns the loss of the 292nd Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Holiness Srila Shri Arunagirinath Shri Jnanasambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal of Kailasa Unnata Shyamala Pita Satyapitam, who served from the period of 1980 till 2021, reviving its religious and spiritual doctrine. He is one of the most dedicated religious leaders, forever remembered for his tireless work towards the revival of Shaivism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues on. I personally, on the behalf of the Kailasa nation, offer my humble respect and pranams and worship at his feet. I pray to Srila Shri Arunagirinath Shri Jnanasambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal to continue to guide and bless us from Mahakailasa, from the space of Shuddhadvaita Paramashivoham Mukti. And the directives of the Kailasa's Department of State and related bodies, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directs to distinguish by the highest honors which the nation could bestow on Srila Shri Arunagirinath Shri Jnanasambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal for his lifetime contributions to Shaivism. I hereby order, by the authority vested in me by the Constitution and laws of Kailasa, that the national flag of Kailasa shall be flown at half-mast at Kailasa's Hindu Parliament, Kailasa's federal buildings, and its territories and possessions on the day of his Shuddhadvaita Shivasayuja Mukti. I also direct that the flag shall be flown at half-mast for the period of 13 days and observe state mourning for the same period of 13 days at all Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies, legations, consular offices, and other facilities, including all Hindu temples, monasteries, satsang temples, Paduka Mandir, satsang centers, Paramashiva Shaina Shakas, healing centers, franchise campuses, Hindu universities, and schools. The directive does not pertain to the flag flown at the Vajrastamba of the Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalaya around the world. And the Supreme Pontiff continues on. I hereby direct all the embassies and state houses to establish memorial display areas where the citizens of Kailasa around the world will join towards offering respect and receiving blessings from Srila Shri Arunagirinath Shri Jnanasambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal. I also direct the Kailasa's Department of Education to cancel all its celebrations up till the official mourning period of 30 days. However, to keep informed of the government's spiritual and religious policy and various other initiatives, the daily presidential address, the Nitya Satsang, will be relayed to the citizens of Kailasa. Kailasa is committed to honor the lifetime contributions of the religious leaders who worked towards mobilizing humanity towards advancing the faith, peace, and pride of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. To commemorate the lifetime contribution of Srila Shri Arunagirinath Shri Jnanasambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swamigal, I direct the Kailasa's Department of Education to establish the Shri Arunagirinath Adi Shaivism University in Kailasas over the next 2 years, towards the reviving of the most ancient life science and powerful lifestyle of Shaivism in all its multifarious dimensions, including but not limited to sciences, art, culture, philosophies, architecture, medicine, governance, worship, and education. This university will aim to foster educational excellence by reviving ancient methodologies, services, indigenous technologies, research, and development of Shaivism. The spiritual and religious directives include the Supreme Pontificism continues on. With the immediate effect of the executive order, I order that the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa and the sovereign order of Kailasa to offer rituals and prayers towards the Shuddhadvaita Shivasayu Jumukti of Parama Guru Mahastanidanam Shila Shri Arunagirinadar Shri Jnana Sambandadeshka Paramacharya Swami. As per the procedures laid down in the official religious doctrine of the Kailasa, the Shamala Pita Satyajimita, the Kamikagama, and the Soma Shambhu Padati. I order the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship to direct its religious bodies and institutions across the world, including the Sarvatyapita, Kailasa's Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayas, the Hindu temples, the Kailasa's Alinams, the monasteries, the Kailasa's Satsang centers, the Kailasa's Paduka mandirs to perform special rituals like Rudrabhishekam, Maheshwara Puja, and various other rituals as directed by its agencies towards the Shuddhadvaita Shivasayuja Mukti of the Paramaguru, Srila Shri Arunagirinadar Shri Jnana Sambandadeshka Paramacharya Swami. And the Supreme Pontificate continues on. I order the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship to conduct the canonization of Srila Shri Arunagirinadar Shri Jnana Sambandadeshka Paramacharya Swami as Paramaguru Guru Mahastanidanam of Kailasa after the conclusion of the 13 days of ritual. The dates of the canonization will be announced shortly. I further order the Kailasa's Department of State to cancel all the celebrations across the Kailasas around the world for the next 13 days and direct the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship to only conduct the mandatory rituals, Nitya Puja, in their affiliates to observe the Shuddhadvaita Shivasayuja Mukti of the Paramaguru. The Supreme Pontificate continues on. I direct the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship to support its religious affiliates, institutions, de facto spiritual embassies, to offer danas, the charitable offering, to commemorate the Shuddhadvaita Shivasayuja Mukti of the Paramaguru, the Srila Shri Arunagirinadar Shri Jnana Sambandadeshka Paramacharya Swami, as per official religious doctrine of Kamika Agama and the Soma Shambhu Padati, including but not limited to the Annadana, the offering of food, the Godana, offering of cows, the Tiladana, offering of sesame, the Svaranadana, offering of gold, and the Rajatadana, the offering of silver. And all citizens of Kailasa, except minors, are requested to observe water fast till the Paramaguru Srila Shri Arunagirinadar Shri Jnana Sambandadeshka Paramacharya Swamigal is in the state of Guru Murta Pratishta's process is completed, and this was in fact completed yesterday. And the Supreme Pontificate continues on by the directives of Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship. The The de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa offer the traditional respect of the Guru Parampara of Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam in all the daily rituals and celebrations. Henceforth, I order to include the Paramaguru Srila Shri Arunagirinatha Shri Jnanasambandadeshika Paramacharya concept in the worship of the Guru Parampara and offer daily traditional rituals and respect to him. Rituals and practices to manifest conscious sovereignty during the Chaturmasya as described in the Administrative Directive 10,111 must be followed unbroken in accordance with the guidelines given for the observance period. And the section 4 contains the orders for ensuring sufficient resources for implementation. The Secretary of State and the Kailasa Department of Religion and Worship, with the heads of other such departments from Kailasa around the world, as the Secretary deems appropriate, shall offer financial support, technological support, spiritual training, and guidance to facilitate the efforts described in the order and incorporate such requirements. And section 4, the general provision, the Secretary, in consultation with the heads of such other Kailasas as the Secretary deems appropriate, is hereby authorized to take such actions and employ all powers to carry out the purpose of the order. All departments and Kailasas around the world are hereby directed to take all appropriate measures with the authority to carry out the provisions of the order. This order shall be implemented with immediate effect of the executive order. Nothing in the order shall be construed to impair otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof, or the functions of the director of the Office of Management and Budget relating to the budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. And this order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or precedent enforceable at law in the equity by any party against Kailasa, its departments, agencies, or entities, its offices, volunteers, or any other person, or against any nation's integrity to law. And this was directly signed by the Supreme Council of Hinduism as the executive order, as the head of Kailasa Nation, and as the successor, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam. So now we will watch a few videos of the Supreme Council of Hinduism and the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, with the 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Nithyananda as the Supreme Council of Hinduism was coordinated as the successor of the Kailasa Nithyananda. The Supreme Council of Hinduism has been continuously working to revive the and to follow the executive orders. All the Kailasas have been observing the 13-day mourning period. and have been doing all of the rituals that have been ordered in the executive order. And thousands across the globe have observed this fast, as well as have been performing the rituals for honoring the orders of the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit. And now we will be moving into the power manifestation session after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by
Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasya Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is a cognitive shift from what we understand as body and the mind to the superconscious space as the conscious sovereignty, as Paramashiva, as reality. It's a science because millions of the humans have had the conscious breakthrough and experienced the powers of Paramashiva. That is what Bhagavan is teaching in the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas, and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the millions of rishis, munis, ganas, nainamas, alvars, siddhas, all of them authority of Hinduism, who have experienced and their results are manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how a human can have a superconscious breakthrough and manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva initiated by Bhagavan. Bhagavan has beautifully said, I myself will be in the Kailash courtyard to manifest all the abundance and auspiciousness. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan has beautifully said, people run around the world to experience the peace, the thoughtless space. Here, not just the peace, but also the powers to change the reality, how we wanted, what we wanted, in the way we wanted. That Shakti also happens in us and is the ultimate gift that we can get from Paramashiva, being as Paramashiva. Let's experience the oneness with Paramashiva by going into the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. This is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, the consciousness, Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness beyond the mind, and Tantra is the method who experience the consciousness beyond the mind.
Explained the powerful cognition. The Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैर्दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत् क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैर्दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says in the Dharana 95, Sutra 120, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw from the sight of the object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of the object along with the thoughts and impression of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all-inclusiveness or infinity. Each one of us can be in the infinite consciousness, that is Paramashiva, infinite happening. That is the ultimate, that space Bhagavan is asking us to experience as our reality. That is already existing in our microcosm. Bhagavan beautifully says, what we perceive, all that is just a delusion. When we go beyond that, the higher reality, how we infinitely present and available as each of the consciousness vibrating in higher frequency as reality. When we understand the higher signs, the matured cognitions, we start dropping all the incompletion because of the higher understanding. How when a child is no more like there when it is an adult, the child is what the child possesses, the cognition is no longer available that in the same way the adult perceives it. We have matured cognitions that we function in different world, in a different way. Same way Bhagavan says, how you have the spiritual cognitions in a higher dimensions, we will start understanding the higher realities. Bhagavan gives the samyama for each one of us to understand the higher signs. When we are silent, more and more brain starts in the survival mode and more we start in the higher intelligence, tapping the extreme possibility in us to express ourselves into the world. Each of these greater signs that Bhagavan is giving us to understand that whatever knowledge we have about ourselves, whatever idea we carry about ourselves, whatever attitude that we carry, everything is just a delusion. There is something beyond that we can experience and we are experiencing in the microcosm, and we just need to realize that we are experiencing. How can it be more simpler than that? When Svetaketu went to his father and told he's finished his 12 years of studies, his father said, you did not learn anything. And he went back to his guru and said, my father says I'm not learned anything. What should I do? Then he goes to the cow shed. He says, go and take 4 cows and sit with it till it becomes 1,000 and come back. And each of the process, whatever comes, the thought comes, just do neti. I am not that, I am not that. And he drops everything, including the counting. Finally, the cow comes and tells him that we have become 1,000, you have to go back to your guru. He has forgotten even counting, it says. And he goes to his guru, the guru blesses him. For us to become that space, Bhagwan is always available and always showering us. When do we become ready to receive that? The whole Mahabharata, Krishna was behind Arjuna when he'll be ready, when he'll be ready. Krishna was always ready, always waiting. But Arjuna was in his fantasies, in his delusions, depressions, all kinds of ups and downs, except for the receiving space. Finally, he surrenders when things get overboard, and then in the middle of the war, and many times the time was stopped in Mahabharata, and in the middle of the war he stops everything, freezes everything, and then he gives the whole science to Arjuna. Arjuna experienced the oneness and experienced the higher reality. Same thing was delivered at the same time by Sanjaya to Dhritarashtra. Nothing ever happened to Dhritarashtra because he was not in the receiving space. It is not that Guru is not there. He is always present for us. Only we have to be in the receiving space to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. For that, he is preparing us in multi-dimension, multiple possibilities for us to experience that oneness space of Paramashiva. Beautifully, the Apta Pramana, where the Mughal king meets first time Ramanuja, and he goes and takes all the deities and stores in some place, and Ramanuja is completely lost his deity. He goes and begs him for his deity, and Mughal king says, as long as your deity can walk to you, I am okay, thinking that is not going to happen. And Ramanuja simply called his deity, and his deity came to him absolutely when he called Chellapillai. In Tamil, it is like calling, dear my son. So when he called with deep love and reverence, and simply the deity walked to Ramanuja. The greatest science that was available for us to move mountains or move the deities were simply possible even as stone. When Kali did not eat, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa really made the food and fed Kali to eat, and even put her bangles, asking her to show the hand. The deity is made of stone and about 3 feet tall, but simply it listened to whatever Ramakrishna Paramahamsa wanted to say to the deity. The greatest sign was available and is available for all of us to experience beyond the consciousness, beyond the matter as consciousness. Bhagavan beautifully says how Arunagiri Yogeshwara made him experience that ultimate space of oneness and made him understand that it is just himself as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Bhagavan beautifully narrates.
The being. Using that powerful eyes, he was looking into me. Of course, that is too much. So naturally, sleep disappears. I'll describe the scene. The next word is Sami. That's the way he used to call me, because that is the way my whole family used to address. I had hundreds of names given and self-given. And it continues even now. But most used name is this Swami. Even my mother used to call me as Swami only. From the time I remember me, I never heard any other word from my mother. Even as a baby, as a child, I always heard only she calling me, addressing me as a Swami. Never I have heard from her the name my parents have given. It's only Swami. So, Arunagiri Yogeshwara uttered the word Swami. The moment he called Swami, I just sat up and the eye and eyes got locked. His eyes and my eyes got locked. He raised the right hand with a gesture. Are you able to raise your hand? So the meaning is, are you able to do what you want? It was not verbal. It was like a show. So naturally, I responded. Means I moved my hand and showed, yes, I can. Suddenly,
Onada. It just clicked, and I started laughing. He started laughing. Both of us were laughing for 10 minutes. Understand? I'll tell you exactly what happened in me. When you have a consciousness which can command and execute something that is one with ultimate, so you are ultimate. I know now with this theory there will be 100 questions, doubts you may have. All that we can digest, grind, burn next. But the first click is right. That first click was so powerful. The words uttered were only 2 words. Swami. Then he showed through the gestures, are you able to move the right hand? So I responded in the same way, gestures, not words. Yes, I can move. What is there? So just when this gesture question answer was going on, I could understand very clearly what he is trying to convey. If you have a consciousness which can command and make the matter, body is matter, make the matter obey, listen, you are carrying, which is ultimate. You are the consciousness which is ultimate. Like something hit on my forehead. It was such an ecstasy, blossoming, flowering.
Beautifully, Bhagavan shared how he experienced the oneness. Now the Shakshi Pramana, how the devotees all around the world have experienced the consciousness over matter. Bhagavan has beautifully said how this great science how this great science manifested as reality in many, not only in the hand, but also they were able to experience much in the silicon and on the ground. The consciousness over matter is not just moving a coconut, but it's something that you experience. Bhagavan says when you bend your body, it is a matter. Then you are consciousness moving the matter and bending it. So you can bend the spoon also. The higher science removes all the incompletion that we are holding, how we exist as reality. Continuously, we are only the witnessing, perceiving only the matter. So we recognize only the matter. If we continuously recognize the consciousness, we will start experience consciousness. What we continuously cherish, that is what we become. We intentionally take up the matter and start believing that we are matter. So we start living as only materialistic world and trying to get pleasures from the materialist world, which is impossible. And we try to gain something from that world which is not even existing. How can you build a castle in your dream? It's not possible. Same way, Bhagavan says, when you drop that delusion, which is only creating more and more suffering, rather you start looking in the consciousness where you can create your reality as the ultimate reality, which exists in each one of us as the superconscious space, the pure space of oneness. We can start manifesting the higher signs. All the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, when dropped, all the differentiating notions, we can experience the higher reality. It is not just moving some coconut on your hand, but also moving all the incompletion, the root pattern that is sitting in us, which is stopping us to create the abundance, the healing, the ultimate space that we can create otherwise. Here, beautifully, Bhagavan has given the guidelines. You can take the Jnananjan, apply on the coconut also, and the third eye and your temples. The whole golden temple in Vellore is just built by showcasing this great power. Just one power. And a school teacher had a conscious breakthrough, and he just was able to demonstrate to the world how he can move the coconut. And even today, just by that power, he has built a golden temple. He's a school teacher who goes on a cycle, and now he's a Reverend Amma. That is quite possible for us when we move something inside. It's not just moving a coconut, but something else inside us creates a huge completion. If you can move in others' hand, the relationship simply dissolves and you experience oneness with the other person and manifest Paramashiva space. All these greater truths that can happen in us when we start aligning to the higher consciousness. Let's now get a coconut or object which cannot roll over just like that, which is stable. And if you can experience the vibration or Kundalini Shakti, you've started manifesting the powers. If you can roll it over on your hand or other's hand or on a gadget. If you're using a gadget, please make sure the gadget is completely switched off, no vibration modes. And if you keep it on the ground, make sure there's no slope and it is very clear and a flat surface. And make a beautiful video and share it with the world how Paramashiva space in you can manifest any reality. Now let's get into the deep meditation. Let's sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, Parashakti, with all her 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. The more and more we are aware of what's going on and witness the awareness, who is that who's aware of everything, the more we are in consciousness. Completely start watching, who's making the decision, who's telling us what to do, who's that, who's behind all this which is happening. When we go on searching, we land up into the heart center where the Paramashiva manifests as the ultimate reality. An absolute unclutching from the outer world. No thinking is required even to run the whole cosmos, Bhagavan says. Why do you need thinking for your sessions? Just drop your thoughts, completely irrelevant and redundant. That is complete completion. Do the Tyaga of the thoughts. That is the real Tyaga. And Bhagavan is not looking anything other than for us to manifest. When Uddhava was asking Krishna what he can do if Krishna leaves, and all Krishna said, everything, every object, every